Hey T, how's it going? All right. Oh, and there that goes. Hope you had a nice and relaxing weekend. You and everybody. Levels look okay. Yeah, nothing's dropping or anything. I think we're okay. I think we're good. Hey, Space Cakes. Hope you are doing well. Set my Monster Hunter over there. Seems like a good night to tear into this thing a little bit. Just get my notes organized for a minute. My plan is to see just how many of these pages I can actually fill out. You know, there's no real requirement to get a bunch done, but see what I can come up with. So that I don't think I'm going to need. That definitely not. Or that. Probably not going to touch that right away. This one. Okay, so we've got all the different Monster Quest ideas. Oh boy, you got a lot going on, T. You get that stuff done. It's important. All right. Monster classifications. Maybe we'll reference those. But we're gonna start with the forest. Sea monster. That's for reference. That's for reference. Okay. All right. So I think I had some ideas sketched out. Hey Kira, thanks for the heads up. Finished grading this afternoon after a joint B-Day party for your siblings. Gotcha. Alright. See if I do any better with words. Fresh, well, fresher than the end of the night last night. Was approached by Forest Watch, I think. Lots of trees. Ghost. So I was thinking more about this. I think the formula here, and I probably want to like the pieces necessary, like their entries and notes. But he also needs like a reason that he walked away, and those could be like interesting kind of elements of the hook as well. So like I'm thinking that this forest monster he's alerted to it by like the Forest Watch or something like that, like some sort of something sort of generic that could be, because I don't want to locate a specific, I don't want to locate and name necessarily a specific forest, because I don't know when, if ever, this could be used and by whom. I want it to stay modular. So something that's generic enough, like maybe the Forest Guard. maybe the guard wanted to maybe the guard wanted to oversee like oversee his work or something like that. Hey Noel, hey Blake, how you guys doing? Something where it's like, okay, if they're going to, you know, watch over my shoulder, you know, they might have different interests here. And I think we had talked about this before. I think I need to make sure that I'm going into this with different colors, because I think that, you know, I think he's got a whole backpack of paints that he's walking around with. So definitely make sure I've got a few options. And some white, maybe? Just in case I want to sketch something out first. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but last night was peak viewership for the stream ever. Right here on a Saturday night. Making notes about this notebook. So that was pretty cool. I think we hit about 19 simultaneous viewers at one point, which is pretty crazy. Yeah. The previous record had been 15. Which happens every now and then. We'll touch on 15, but this is the jam, huh? This is the good stuff. Going back and forth because I'm wondering if I should, like, I might actually want to, like, type these entries first and then write them out, you know, but I don't want to overproduce this. He says, I don't want to. Sometimes I just say things without thinking about them. I don't want to overproduce it. Gosh. Let me see if I can just scratch out some notes here. So also, like, establishing his voice a little bit. So that's a forest nightmare. Forest nightmare could be fun. So it's a fun title for this quest line. I think I wrote that down somewhere. Like Nightmare in the Forest. Yeah. So let's say I think one entry would be approached by the forest, what I call the forest guard. Oh, thank you, Blake. I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad. It's a. Well, it's good validation, I should say, because there aren't, like, a ton of streams, at least that I've been able to find, that actually is you know, people making stuff. People making stuff is not a. It's not a genre, at least that I'm able to find. So I'm glad that people are interested and that it's fun topics, because I enjoy the hell out of it. So yeah. Let's see. So I was approached by the forest guard about a potential giant problem in the forest. Not a big problem, like not the size of the problem. Actual giants roaming the forest. The unusual part is the guard claimed. Let's see. The guard claims the giants are moving silently and invisibly. Only damaging the only evidence of the giants is the only the damage to only the fallen trees. Okay, so approached by the forest guard. Maybe in a second entry. Trying to think of like how, like over what time frame, like the timing, like if he was to give himself a time frame, I feel like, I think we were saying before, he would use his own age and these sort of natural descriptions, right? So maybe this is at the beginning. So it's like, you know, I feel like he's like 100. Let's call him like 122. He's an old guy. The moss is growing up past the shadows. Yeah, that one is kind of something, isn't it? Or this playlist is moss growing on trees up past the shadows. Or like up into the light. Okay. Let's see. So that makes sense. Probably as like a first page, and then however many entries. The last entry would be about his disinterest in dealing with it right now. Just call it like entry last. And that is where he says, I'd like to investigate, especially for parts in a, what did we call, we had a concoction idea for like the ghost stuff. Prototype, goodness, speak to the dead and peace for the dead. Especially for potion ingredients, nothing else. But the forest guard insists on chaperoning my work. I'll check in the next time I come through these woods. No chance of that. Okay. So that's where he ends. Each other, I want to see it goes. And then we want to have some sort of a drawing that we can use to indicate like an aging tree. So an aging tree, because he's going to reference that. So like a drawing page with the aging tree, and then also scratches on trunks. Scratched on a trunk. And I think he can identify that it's something something dead, something ghostly. The rot in the fallen trees could be necrotic. Damage on the fallen trees. Damage in. The trees seemed to fall over. At least. Come on, keyboard, wake up. At least the big ones. The damage could be necrotic, but it looks more like rot to me. Like they aged quickly and fell. When I see aging like this, I think I don't think untethered magic. I expect a haunting. Yeah, T, those are really cool. I liked them as well. I should have commented. Sorry, been so busy. Okay, so I've got the drawing, got the entry. Aging tree, scratches on the trunk. Got page 1, page 2. And then that's entry number 2. And then I think something about the size of the trees. So I think it's an interesting clue and something that somebody observant and experienced, like our monster hunter, would identify that, like, basically there were some trees that were untouched. Like it seems like only certain trees, like above a certain height, have been falling. Yeah. Height of fallen trees. So in other words, like something is affecting it in the air, not on the ground, is maybe like one conclusion. Something flying. I'm trying to think if it's worth trying to do, like, as much as I don't want to do maps and like significant, like, or like named locations, the idea of identifying sort of a flight path, and maybe not a flight path, but maybe like, you know, sort of a small map of here are the locations, like event locations almost, and then there could be sort of a suggested, like maybe there's a path here that's being taken. I think he would do that. I think he would want like a good place to start. So like map of sightings. Maybe one of those sightings could be a bird. Map of sightings and destruction. Lots of trees. No threat. Why not now? The ghost. He does plan to return. Bird sightings. Oh yeah. And then something about there being an expert. Maybe all the way at the beginning. I was approached by the forest guard, a potential giant. They have an expert they usually reach out to, but haven't heard from them in a while. They have an expert on these woods. Yeah. The guard claims the giants are moving silently and invisibly. Nobody can see them, only the trees they knock down. That doesn't sound like giants to me. Okay. Is it, maybe it's worth, yeah, it's probably worth it to have some sort of like monster unidentified. just testing the waters, getting my sea legs with the style guide here before I mess around in there and then get annoyed with myself. Measure twice, cut once, or whatever. Let's see here, probably like a no. Maybe it'd be like a have an expert Logical implication activity. If P, then Q. Yeah, 19. 19 is the most now, which is cool. Yeah, that was interesting. That was neat. I'm gonna try a different style. I definitely don't mind the way that looks. Like that would work. Hey, morphs. Ah, yes, the easy but more expensive way. This is just treated paper that I bought. So when I knew that I wanted to make a journal, I looked for some paper, some small paper, because small pages mean you don't have to put as much content in. And I ended up finding this sort of like kind of aged. Luckily, when I got it, because I'd never purchased it before, luckily it's not like uniform. It feels very natural, and that's kind of what I was looking for. So yeah, I can't take credit for that effect. Just for every other awesome thing about it. Yeah. But thanks. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that. I try to stream every day. And lately I've been getting back into the rhythm of making a short video a day, which has been really, really fun. If you like it here, we do have one of those that you're welcome to join. It's a small group. I don't really publish the Discord invite. Actually, I need to test that out and make sure it's still working. I might need to update it. Discord has a tendency to make those invalid. Yeah, I need to update that. Good a time as any. That one should work. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've messed around only a little bit with the paper side of things. Maybe I will someday, I guess never say never, but right now paper, yeah, that would be a lot. That would be a lot of work for sure. You guys are making me think I've made the right decision so far. Man, I don't know. That's a hard like. I guess it feels more personal being lowercase, and maybe that fits better for the diary. But then this feels a little bit more like status reporty. Nice, T. Okay, so that's feeling pretty good. So I kind of feel like for readability on this textured paper, going with all caps is probably better. Like I think I like this vibe. It's very functional. I think I might do some more to label what I'm planning to draw. That was kind of a realization while I was doing it. But maybe even with like I feel like the language, there'd be language kind of steeped, or like terms that would keep popping up, right? So like a sample. Or maybe like a figure. Like would he actually label things like figure A? Maybe evidence, but evidence feels a little bit too crimey. And I think the label at the bit, maybe like it's unknown subject. I feel like that's the moniker. So he's taking samples, so like a sample or like a sketch from a tree. Might even use might stick with the thick lines when I'm drawing things like that. Figures, sample. Like you would literally probably just label it like map of, or sketch of. Right, like probably literally, right? This is a sketch of this type of thing. Now I tested out for my rinky-dink little prop for my video today. I kind of don't mind the idea of, in some cases, maybe stitching some things together or finding a way to like attach stuff there. Obviously I did that super quick. I don't know that there's any sample that would make sense here, unless I was to like literally like press and dry a leaf. I'm not sure anything like that would necessarily make sense for this particular unknown subject. Yeah, but I think I feel good about what I figured out there. He might relate the maps to certain monsters, so it might be labeled. Ooh, territory is a good call. So it's like the map of, it's like the affected, even just like the affected territory, or like the surroundings, maybe. These all feel appropriately, yeah, these are the right vibe. Now after those pages, it would switch gears to yeah, like territory of the drowned down trees. Yeah, I like that. So the idea, so this is the other, so that's one format. I don't plan on like drafting everything. I'm just getting a vibe for it. Obviously, I know I'm not in the book proper. I'm actually not sure how much the different colors are fun, but I think I might use I might just have to make a couple passes sometimes because I think I prefer these thick lines a lot more. I don't think I have Territory of the Slime Monster. Yeah, so we've got, you know, absorbing slime, this idea of a slingshot bird, which I probably wouldn't put there. Untethered spells I could see, because he does mention in his notes that you know, when I see aging like this, I don't expect something like a giant or even untethered magic, though that's more likely. So it would make sense to create an almanac entry. Let's see, even like 8s, 1s. I think might need to add track down some additional microns for future stuff. I don't think I really have the right sizes for everything, which is okay. Fives are fine. It's just not my preference. 8 minimum would be nice. But... okay, so how would Magic be? Because these are just single spreads that are, I think, pretty loose. So when I think of a almanac entry, maybe it's numbered. Domain could work too. Domain, yeah, I like that too. So something like untethered magic. Obviously, all of these are just like loose concepts we threw in. Origin unclear. Seems to be located near the site of known wizard duels, especially those practicing wild magic. Often appears as flashes of light or orbs. Often harmless if left alone, but can become dangerous when approached. Oh, we've got so Panera Bread offers a drink club membership. Got a word problem in chat. Subscription costs $13.50 a month, but you can get coffee for 75 cents a cup. Without the membership, a cup of coffee costs $2.10. How many cups of coffee would you have to buy to make the two options cost the same? Well, Blake, I would do that if it was a wizard, or some other type of like this. This is more of a. I feel like this is more of a wisdom character than an intelligence character. Like, he's definitely smart, but I think he would, by and large, use known things. Okay, so for monster classifications, tracking effort, harvest, immediate. Okay. Oh, T. Yeah. If they're like a shared Apple ID thing, I've heard that. I've not tried it myself though. The only known something about like. So how would you clear this sort of untethered magic, right? The only known means of the best way to neutralize untethered magic is to how about like maybe like providing what would it be, like mundane items, is to provide mundane items. How about draw them into mundane objects? Seems the magic is likely to stabilize within a sword or a shield. Almost like it allows self to be tamed. I like that idea. Side effects, invaders, emergencies, a slow moving, nuisance threat, pest harmless. I think these would probably be visible, mostly visible at night. How do we indicate these? good. 10's even bigger than 8. A good color to use. Don't know. I need to. 8 is that 8's. Ooh, math for fun, Kira. That's wonderful to hear. Cool, Blake. Oh, Noel, this is. I mean, I'm glad you think so, because I'm like, ugh. I was like, hey, little notes could make it better. I don't like almanac entry. I think if my thought is that, okay, where had I written it down? If shoot, how did I written something down? Oh, here. So unknown subject. Something like a, I mean, it could work. It could just be that I don't like how I did it. Maybe they shouldn't be numbered. Maybe that's weird. I don't think I care for numbers that don't actually map to anything, and I don't want to think through everything that... Now, do you think that, like, scattering them the way that I was thinking... Like, I wonder if it's, I wonder if it would... So I think that... So marking it as some sort of a different sort of entry, like... When I went through this, the thought process was, okay, we could separate quests and then have, like, these monster layouts, like these known monster quantities in between. But I wonder if it seems like they're related, right? Like, maybe it's better... Maybe it's better to front load the diary or... stick a section in the middle that has all of the monster, like the monster almanac is sort of being maintained separate from the quests, because then it could be organized somehow, and then it's like, oh, okay, there's a separation there, they're not related. Because I feel like, you know, if you're going through and it's like, oh, okay, we're supposed to think that, like, this was an unidentified this was an unknown subject, but then, oh, he figured out it actually was this. And it's like, I don't want that. So maybe they do need to be all in one section. Maybe they could be... And then maybe the concoctions go, like, to the end. Thanks, SP. Always appreciated. So if it's like smash away, I don't know what it does, but if it makes you feel better, I appreciate it. Okay, so if this was 1, 2, 3 spreads for creatures, and then we need 8 spreads for monsters. Now that does allow for labeling, like the Monster Almanac in a specific section. Or I do exactly what I had planned, but the missing piece is identifying it with a story or like a diary entry at the beginning. Like, that's the reason That's the reason for the entry in the first place. It's not just like here's a random. It's like there's a purpose here. So let's see. So we did forest, followed by. It's the fun part of a project where you just look like a madman. Big moss would be a good idea. So you're writing a wiki, lore maps, character bios, monster summaries, etc., written from the POV of some greater being. I love it. That's amazing. Awesome. Do you know what kind of greater being it is? Because how neat would it be if the players are like, ooh, let me flip through this, but what if the title is something like, you know, almost like condescending, like a greater being, or like judgmental, like a record of that, which, like a almost like a judgment with like a strange wordy, like a treatise almost, or like a something that would make them feel small. You know, an accounting of the deeds and ongoings of the lesser beings, right? I guess it depends what kind of object it actually is attached to. Like, what do you want it to look like and feel like? You know, what's the vibe and tone that you're going for? Yeah, I just keep thinking that the answer lies in who the character is that recorded it. What would they say? Yeah. That's cool. I mean, you could call it like, is there some way to treat it almost like closed accounts, or like these files are, you know, this is for the archive, almost like dismissed notes, probably not like declassified, like that type of language. I don't know what, I forget, what was the genre that you're playing in? I should have asked that. You know, it's like archives, like taken from like deep storage, right? Closed, like anything like that, where it's like, geez, like we're not even, that's how little we matter, like that type of vibe. Too many papers, too many things. Where did I put the thing? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Noel, I love a good time jump. Definitely. Okay. Alright, so what do I like and not like about this? Definitely going with the all caps. I think, for this, it's unknown subject. So if I'm treating this as like book 7, then I could see him identifying like unknown subject is like 7-1, right? Yeah, like he would identify it by like, it's like book 7, subject 1. So unknown subject 7-1, I think makes sense, and it would still be Forest Nightmare, or maybe not. Maybe like 7-1 is a better. Maybe these are all labeled not with like some kind of name, but like they're all like, why would he do that, right? Like these aren't quests like that. Maybe he would just label them what they are. Unknown subject or subject unknown? No, it's unknown subject 7-1. Yeah, it's been a heavy, oppressive heat, hasn't it? Been crazy. Okay. Hey, Andrew. Just hanging out and working tonight, starting to pull some of these ideas from last night into this book here. Yeah, it's always a fun surprise when words change meaning, right? Yeah, what's the new meaning? That's super interesting. no. So we're old enough to see slang change into meaning that is completely different. Well, also, this isn't a classroom, right? It's not exactly I probably wouldn't recognize it yet, T, but I keep I've thought about the game both of the last 2 days. Just haven't had time to return to it yet. Because I'm a stupid adult. What the heck is that about? It's a good question. I don't know. I might have to manufacture some time. Wait. I just started a crazy big game. Now I need an even bigger game. I mean, I know the easy answer. but it's also the most difficult route. I mean, the number one challenge for all of that stuff, as much as the simplest answer is like the biggest thing holding that back is that I can't just do this stuff all the time like I wish I could. I get the last percentage of the day, if I'm lucky, to spend time on something. And right now it's like, man, if I played games, I mean, I could fill the rest of the year doing this stuff. So I just need to carve out more of my life for this channel and all these ideas, because then the answer will be yes and to everything, I think. But that's, I mean, it's optimistic right now, but like things are progressing, things are moving in a really, really good direction. I mean, I think the last 3 months, each of the months has been the best month I've had doing all of this stuff. So something I'm doing is working, and we'll see if that continues, right? Anything could happen. See you, Noel. Nice one, Joe. What's it called? Like a center cut, or like the rings? Like, is that just what they're called? Like the rings of a tree, or is there some name for that? Growth rings, tree rings. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys. Yeah, that's interesting, Blake. You know, I experimented with it, I think last night, but it's gonna take a ton of practice. I'm gonna have to watch some videos and practice even like getting it to consistently work, and even then it seems like it's gonna depend on like the type of paper and stuff. But eventually I'm sure, yeah. Just not on this project. funny, Blake. I mean, everything in due time, right? Like, I didn't think I'd be stitching books, right? So, anything's possible. Come in. Okay, that's too little. Is that 003? Give me like a... Nope, not smaller. Yeah, or stamping leather. You are absolutely right. And I was actually looking into some more scrap leather because I know that I'm going to want to do it again. Yeah, SP, the goal would be to basically create an object that I could just completely hand to players, and it's basically up to them at that point what they do with it. So as they flip through and they see, okay, like there are these unknown subjects at these different locations, maybe some of those intrigue them. There are also like these monster entries, sort of an almanac style. But the goal would be to make something that can almost be just another prop that they can dig into and mine for information. And so there's a couple different layers, right? So like on the one hand, there's quests that are just hooks into the world, but each of those quests has like sort of a secret tied to it that connects all of them. And so there's already sort of a puzzle as they explore that they could uncover. And so really like this object, like if they want to use it, which like who wouldn't, right? Is a gateway to like 6 different like quests, a 7th kind of overall threat that could be brought in at any time, and like is all sort of background for an NPC in the game, and who knows what else could come out of it, because these are all just sort of like prompts, right? It's not, none of it's a you could take this and decide, you know, maybe subject 7-1 isn't a ghost bird like I'm imagining it. If there's another justification that fits the facts as this monster hunter found them, then that would make just as much sense. I find that everything about... I find that I'm really into world building when it's like a found object in the world, like a prop that could actually exist. Like it's made to feel as authentic as possible, that like this exists in the world you're playing in. Then I'm all for it. If it's like world building, like just making a bunch of like lists and like, I don't mean to disparage world building. Like I understand why people have fun with it. It doesn't do a whole lot for me, but this kind of stuff, it's like, oh, I'll sit here and I'll author an entire journal or a diary for a character. That's also world building. That's right. Yeah. Good idea, T. Give them a video. They'll be fine with it. Yeah, exactly, SP. Well, and the cool part about creating something like this and giving it to players, especially, like, there's two different ways that I get excited about it. One is that when we're basically giving them a heads up on some crazy exotic monsters that they could stumble onto, that means that when we include that in the world, like, I might even make some of these more lethal or more dangerous, because once certain descriptions happen or certain stories are told about them, I want them to be flipping back through and going like, wait a minute, nine eyes monster, we have some tips on that, and that'll give them a leg up, so it can be a little bit more crazy than something normally would be. The same goes for the quests and the writing in general. If I know that the party has it, I can now plant things in the world outside of this that reference this or that connect to this in some way and create that same vibe. Like somebody grabbing the prop and flipping through it and finding the right page and calling it out. Like, that's the goal with this, is to create that as much as possible in a way that feels natural and feels earned. And also, like, it all has to have the potential to be missed. None of this is essential. That's so key to making this kind of stuff work, is that if the party grabs it, it's like, okay, well, I'm sure the DM will tell us when we need to look at that. Okay, then they're never going to get what they want out of it. But if they engage with it, like my players, at least the group I have that really, really loves this kind of stuff, they'll scan in. They've got their own like PDF versions with their own annotations. They've made it all searchable. Like whenever I give them stuff like this, they go crazy with it, which makes sense. Like I would do that. I would love that, right? I mean, all I'm doing here is putting together stuff that I would enjoy, how I would enjoy playing the game if I was a player. Yeah, this feels like the right is the right vibe. It is tough, T. Like I get that. I mean I know what you mean. I hear you. Compromise when you know that like you're capable of it, but there just isn't enough time, you know? Yep, of course. Hey, what's up, Ren? If it is a bird that is black, it does not mean if it is black, then it is a bird. Right. It also does not mean if it is not a bird, then it is not black, but it does mean if it is not black, then it's not a bird. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. kind of some basic classification. It's really just logic is a funny thing because unless you're really acting strangely, it often is underneath a lot of the decisions and the ways that we walk around and stuff we do every day. But it feels strange to identify it and describe it. You know? Yeah. It's an odd experience to look at. Trees seem to just fall over. No, you're always welcome. Yeah, there you are. Let me turn it on everywhere.
Happy.
Yeah, there they can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I just made a 40-page PowerPoint about a review game for Algebra 1.
Nice.
And now I'm deciding to not prepare a fun lesson for geometry.
Deciding not to do it.
deciding not to do it because we have a video that goes over the notes already prepared. So why would I not just use that instead of staying up to 2 a.m. trying to make something that they won't really appreciate as much as I would hope?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I mean, the like I don't teach, but I
Yeah.
definitely relate to the feelings of
But you DM, and as we've
yeah,
learned, DMing and teaching are the same.
they're pretty much the same. But
They're
like
pretty much the same.
the like only we know what isn't on the table because we didn't do it, right? The
Yep.
reality is everybody there to learn or to play is just happy for whatever's there. I mean, granted, it's different types of reaction, I guess, but like,
That's true. They never knew. They don't know that I was gonna make them a fun lesson if I
that's
don't
right.
say so.
Well, if you don't say so, or just like um, it's like if you make something for somebody, you don't want to tell them all the things that's wrong with it when you
Yeah.
right. It's like just let it be, and it's just our own minds that we torture ourselves.
Yep.
But
Um. So geometry has fallen behind in their Cartesia stuff.
hmm
Um. Just because we've been doing so much notes. I already said that before.
yeah,
Um. So at this time they should be leaving Origin.
okay,
Um. I might just skip them past where they had the opportunity to learn other stuff in Origin and just go straight to we're on the road to Veritopolis.
sure,
Um, and etymology of Veritopolis is veritas means truth, and the suffix opolis means center of or city of. So, like, Indianapolis is the center of Indiana.
right,
Yeah. So, Veritopolis is the city of truth. Um, and there's an NPC there. His name is going to be Myers. He's one of the past parties from the school who's gone on a quest before
okay,
and was unsuccessful. The party of three people, they split up. I wouldn't say that it's harder to teach or learn than algebra. Um, in the material itself, most people spend more time doing algebra that geometry is not what they're used to, so it's harder to pick it up and teach it. But the material itself isn't harder to do. It's just you're not used to doing it. Um, and then for every learner, there's going to be like the algebra people and the geometry people. I'm an algebra person, but I know people who are geometry people, and so the logic and the reasoning and the shapes make sense. They both make sense to me, but I like doing algebra more. Um, okay, yeah, so we have an NPC in Veritopolis named Myers.
okay,
Um, he would be a senior at the school now.
okay,
Um, but he's not at the school anymore. I haven't really said that the party are freshmen, um, but they're freshmen,
of
and one of
course.
them has an older brother who's a senior, and this past party are all seniors, um, who have dropped out.
Oh,
um, have you seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, Ryan?
I have not.
Okay. There's one episode in the first season where our little party of three go to this city that has a fortune teller. The episode is called The Fortune Teller. And everybody there goes to her for um, like fortunes about what's going to happen to them and all that stuff. And this is the first episode where my favorite character really gets to start shining. My favorite in the show, his name is Sokka.
Okay,
He's from the Southern Water Tribe. And I like him because I see myself in him, or at least in the way that he grows.
okay,
Um, he's not a bender, but he's more of an engineer and a logician and a battlefield um, like plan maker.
okay,
Um, in this episode, he they show up here and everyone's like, Madam Fortune Teller, I can't remember her name. Um, Tell me something about when I'm going to meet my true love. And she goes, you're going to meet your true love on a day where you're wearing red shoes. And so this girl goes and she wears red shoes every single day.
Right.
And so Sokka's like, then of course it's going to come true because you're never not wearing red shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then there's also like, oh, the volcano is not going to erupt and destroy our town. And then we learned that, oh no, the volcano is going to erupt. And so they team everyone up to divert the lava around the town. And at the end, fortune teller goes, I was right. I said that the lava would not destroy the town. And Sokka's just fed up with it.
Right.
So I want that energy at Veritopolis.
Gotcha. Okay.
I want a whole group of people who are following this thing that seems illogical, but it makes sense to them because it's been proven to them. Thank you, Blake. It's been proven to them, and in order to change their minds, we need to be able to prove it. We can't just say, "Guys, that's unreasonable." We have to be able to prove it to them.
Right.
So Myers is our reasonable person here, who's like, everybody here is insane. I can't deal with it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Help me fix this.
Okay.
And I want to make all of my students really annoyed at the NPCs in this village too.
Yeah.
To make them go like, yeah, come on, we gotta put this together in a way that they can understand. So that's what Veritopolis is all about. They care about truth. They care about things making sense. And if you're going to convince them to do anything, you have to make it make sense.
Right.
Yeah. So I got to figure out how I'm starting that off. Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to demonstrate it, right, or to introduce
Yeah.
it, there could be some sort of a upon entering, it's like they are in the midst of a yearly or quarterly festival, and it's the reading of the truths, right? And it's to celebrate, but it's almost kind of comical, right? Because it's exactly the kind of stuff you're talking about. It's like, now, the of course the truth was spoken that the sheep would not fall victim to the plague this year.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it was the horses that did, or whatever. And it's like, haha! And everybody cheers. And it's like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? That could introduce the setup and payoff idea
in the middle of something happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be at Veritopolis for a while. So the first learning target that they're doing there is conditional statements. So just straight up logical reasoning. And then they're going to be doing proofs there. So there's algebraic proofs and geometric proofs. Y'all
Gotcha.
don't care about what those mean.
No, well, I mean, it makes sense. It fits in
yeah.
context, right?
We're going to start proving stuff.
You could also make handouts or flyers that are effectively like Veritopolis propaganda. That is like stating these things, right? Like a new declaration of truth, right? And it's the,
oh my gosh, and just start wallpapering my room.
Yeah.
And
yeah, just have them around, because it'd be fun to make them, and it could probably be pretty uniform.
You guys want to brainstorm some of those tonight?
Yeah, there's a so basically you're looking for like predictions that while technically accurate are probably unsatisfying and frustrating. Right?
Yeah, like what's a great like starting point for that? No talking about wine, Blake. What's a good starting point for that? So here's a funny thing about conditional statements, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go in the way of if P then Q.
Right.
If cause then effect. But here's the thing. If P is not true, so if P is Q then and true, if P is true and Q is true, then P implies Q is also true.
Mm-hmm.
If P is true and Q is false, then P implies Q. The whole statement is false.
Mm-hmm.
So, like for example, um, if it is Tuesday, then we're eating tacos.
Mm-hmm.
If it is Tuesday and we are eating tacos, then the whole sentence is true. If it is Tuesday and we're not eating tacos, then the whole sentence is false.
Correct.
But what about if it's not Tuesday and we're eating tacos? Is the original statement true or is it false?
Um, well, I mean, it would still be true,
It would still be true.
but it just
And
wouldn't
then if it's not
be.
Tuesday and
Uh,
we're not eating tacos, then the statement is still true. And that goes against reason,
yeah.
against your instinct.
Yeah. Well, it's
So
true.
like
It's
if
just not
pigs can
descriptive of the.
fly,
Yeah.
yeah, so like if pigs can fly, then the world is flat. Is a true sentence,
Mm-hmm.
even though the world isn't flat. So maybe something like that.
Um, or like, the mayor. Um,
Oh yeah, the mayor has a name. What's his name?
I don't know,
Um,
but it could be something like
mm,
the mayor will. Uh,
Mayor tautology. That's it.
okay, so
Yeah.
the mayor will retire on the 30th day of the month. Um, or if it is the 30th day of the
Hmm.
month, the mayor will retire, and then the
And none of the months ever reach 30.
or yeah, it's like, well, it's either like that or like the mayor struck every 30th day, therefore, um, yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
Or like heads I win, tails you lose.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's also, well, that seems like something that Mayor Tautology
If he's corrupted.
would certainly abide by.
Let me start writing some of these down. Or like, yeah, on the 32nd day of the month, something will happen.
Hmm. Yeah,
Hmm.
it could already be something non-existent, or it could be something that did exist but then was struck and so doesn't exist now, or something. Which I guess is,
True, they don't have to follow our calendar.
yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, obviously, like, that's the type of stuff. Once you go weird with it, especially for the kids, they're probably going to be like, "What?" Like, that might be super weird, but
Hmm. Um, like the propaganda isn't really pro or anti anything. It's more like we, the citizens of this great city, believe these things to be true because they cannot technically be proven false,
that's right.
even though these things um aren't reasonable to believe.
Hmm. Right.
And Veritopolis is a big bustling city. SP, I'm already their math teacher. I'm trying to gamify the things that they're learning into thematic areas in a world on a D&D campaign that they're playing. Oh, they could walk in the middle of this festival or whatever, right in the middle of the equivalent of a Pledge of Allegiance, and go, "Oh, this is some creepy stuff."
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but it's kind of, I don't want to just mimic the actual wording of our Pledge of Allegiance. That feels weird.
Yeah, that'll feel like you're saying something you might not be wanting to say.
I'm not making a political statement. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you could always tie it to some other like harmless tradition, right? Like everybody that you know they could witness people tossing coins into a fountain or something, and maybe they say something every time that they do. Um, it's just that instead of it being sort of
Yeah.
like a hey make a wish, it's more like they're stating things that, or they're maybe they're doing that because written inscribed on the thing is that something is true for um, every uh, every citizen of the city will you know do this or whatever. Like there's something that sort of implicitly requires that they follow this tradition, even if they
Hmm.
don't like it.
Yeah, if you pass by this fountain, then you must da 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 da. And so they just exist in this, all of
Yeah,
their laws are
yeah,
written as conditional statements.
yeah. Or other people who are like taking long ways around it.
Yeah, so they have to either find loopholes or comply.
Correct. Yeah.
Um, or they could have things like fortune cookies, but the cookies also have conditional statements inside. And if
Mm,
they can fulfill the first one, then the second part will be fulfilled. But it's like
right.
if you if you high five 25 people in the next 15 seconds, then you'll get $100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it has something on there and that they have to do, but it will be fulfilled.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's do some rhyming.
Yeah. Rhyming's always fun.
I don't know what you're talking about with that tone of voice. It is always fun.
Yeah. I have no.
Let's see. Well, I've got in reason, sound, and truth be bound.
It's good.
Yeah. SP, what do you mean by a town crier?
Like somebody's that's basically like reading announcements to everyone.
Okay.
Kira, you're right. Pledges are weird.
Pledges can be pretty weird. Yeah. Mm. Okay, let's get some rhymes. Um, I'm gonna have a pretty cool four-line rhyme here.
I bet you are.
Hmm.
Well, in Veritopolis, all that their pledge might say is that if you are living here, you say this pledge, and then they would have to say it,
Yeah.
or else
Um,
move.
oh, if I get up in front of my class and I read off like a whole 8-line rhyme to them,
What would they say?
I think they might be struck silent,
Nice.
which is would actually be a feat with these students.
Absolutely.
Mhm. Okay, so I've got in reason sound and truth be bound forever to this creed. And I'm using that EED sound to
Mm-hmm.
end all of my couplets. Some other words I found were agreed, freed, seed, like CEDE, plead,
Okay.
and read.
I was gonna say, luckily, yeah, an EED should be quite a few options.
Yeah.
SP, as far as I know, they still do the pledge in public schools.
Yeah, my school does a pledge. Um, so Blake, the Veritopolis pledge is allegiance to following logic. Nope, that line is still there.
Probably depends on the school you go to.
Probably does. I live in a more conservative and
Mm-hmm.
pretty largely Christian area.
Yep.
Hey, is there another 4-syllable word that means like the founders or originators or something like that?
Four syllables.
Right now I have, hmm
That's a lot of syllables, for a word.
well, I've got progenitors.
Uh huh.
Um,
Um. Nothing is coming to mind. I guess they were the progenitors. They also planted the flag, right? So to speak.
a progenitor is a person or thing from which a person, animal, or plant is descended or originates. It's an ancestor or parent,
Mm-hmm.
or it's the person who originates an artistic, political, or intellectual movement. Now, 14-year-olds will not know the word progenitor,
Correct.
so I can include that, but I gotta make it clear still what's happening. It
Right.
doesn't have to be one word, but it does have to follow um, that emphasis pattern of ba da da da.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to tell me that.
I don't have to tell you that.
No, of course. I
No.
mean, obviously.
See, SP, but originators is 5 syllables. Okay, how about this? An age ago at Dying Glow, progenitors agreed. Or, sorry, let me start over. I already said the wrong word. An age ago at Dying Glow, progenitors decreed that if we sought logical thought, then our people'd be freed. So now we stand, we raise a hand, each citizen agreed to in reason sound and truth be bound forever to this creed.
Sounds very nice.
I like it.
Yeah, it's very good.
Sounds propaganda-y too.
It does. I mean, well, it's hard when it's like a spoken. It's hard to make something not when it's got like a pentameter to it at all or whatever. Like, and it's rhyming and everybody's saying
Hmm.
it. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. But that's so fun to say. It was so fun writing all of Mr. Twister's stuff.
Oh, it was so good. So
Uh,
good. Can't wait to get back to it.
hmm, okay. Yeah, I'll read it again. If there's anything that sounds off or like it could be better, maybe not even for the rhyme part, but for the gist part, call it out. I the first line here, an age ago at dying glow. I don't have another word that would go with ago.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so
Got
I just
some
have,
positive
yeah,
feedback
an
in
age.
chat.
Oh, yeah, people are liking it. Yeah, okay. An age ago at dying glow, progenitors decreed that if we sought logical thought, now that doesn't quite go. If we sought logical thought would be better,
Right.
but that doesn't work. If we sought logical thought, then our people would be freed. So now we stand, we raise a hand, each citizen agrees to in reason sound and truth be bound forever to this creed. Like it sounds like the sort of thing that if you grew up believing it, then it would be perfectly normal to you. But if you're walking in later on,
Mm-hmm.
it would be creepy.
Right.
What are Viking poetry rules? Skaldic poetry? Rin, I can't tell if you're making a comment on my accent or not. Yeah, here, let me type it out for you. I gotta put the line breaks in there, but I can get you. I'm gonna change some things around.
Okay.
I don't like having the same EED rhyme 4 times in a row.
Gotcha.
I just want to have it twice. Ooh, dawning glow. I like that. Yeah, I'm thinking of something to change progenitors as well. Um, there's lots of words that end in logical or ogical, but they're all very long words, like psychological. What's a word similar to goal or journey?
Like, in what
Aim?
sense? Or like, sorry, I
Like,
guess I'm not paying attention to the back and forth you guys are
yeah, yeah, that's fine. Oh, this is non
separate.
sequitur.
Okay,
Still saying like
gotcha.
not following what someone else said specifically.
Okay.
So I'm changing the end. Um, the third to last line would be our leaders thus agreed,
Mm-hmm.
but they agreed to bind us to this pledge um, in order to reach our city's goal or our aim or our dream to do something that rhymes with that word.
What word are you rhyming with?
Whichever one I choose.
Oh, okay.
Like our goal to make a bowl, right?
Right. And you don't want like
Yeah.
purpose or um cities. Hmm.
Of course, it also has to be something that
Mission?
is not ever fully attainable.
Mission or um,
A cause.
mm-hmm. A cause is a good word. Ideal, but I don't know how many syllables you want.
I think just one, but I might be able to do it differently. Mission can rhyme with logician.
Mm-hmm.
The great logician. Logician has so many good rhymes. Now I'm just thinking of the line from Moana, this tradition is our mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blake, that is technically a true statement, because it would be rewritten as, if you meet the love of your life, then that day will end in Y. Or if today you meet the love of your life, then today also ends in Y. But if you don't meet the love of your life, then that statement is still true and logical.
See you, Blake.
Bye, Blake. Mayor Catology could even be like, I'm starting to see him as a Wizard of Oz.
Sure.
Yeah. He feels like the wizard. It also doesn't help that I'm rewatching Dimension 20 Mentopolis and their mayor is Mayor Leon Logic.
Nice.
Vote for me, it makes sense.
That's a good platform.
It is a really good platform.
It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, Mayor Logic.
Mm-hmm.
And the district attorney is Mark M. Bishan.
Seems like they like their puns on that show.
They certainly like their puns on that show. SP who, like my character, Mayor Tautology, who's his deputy mayor. I don't have too many characters here made yet. I do have someone with the last name De Morgan. De Morgan could be the sheriff because of De Morgan's laws. That would work. De Morgan's laws are basically the distributive property for logic.
Gotcha.
Joe, that's a very funny joke for a very specific group of people.
It's true, though.
Okay, how about this? This is even creepier.
Mm-hmm.
The great logician set the route to seek and know what's true. He's the one who figures out so that we don't have to. His laws make sense, his reasons sound, and so we all agreed to follow and in truth be bound forever to this creed.
I like it.
I like that too. That's better than the previous one. This is their pledge of allegiance is, yep, we're not gonna think about it and try to figure it out because we've got a guy who tells us what to believe and we believe it.
That's right.
So now our players have to come in and disrupt this whole place.
Nice.
Oh, that's good. Okay, that's a fun round. So then tomorrow, I've got like 3 or 4 minutes to do story time. I gotta figure out what my narration is, um, and what my storytime options are, and then 80 minutes to meet with 30 people, so less than 3 minutes per person.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, when you put it like that, like, it is not a lot of time.
Not at all. I mean, especially with,
Um,
like, if they want to be involved in the conversation. Yeah.
yeah, and the conversation is, hey, so you missed these two things on this portion of the test. Do you have quick fixes to make that better? And if they go blank, it's like, well, I'm sorry. I guess you gotta redo the whole thing if you want to get your grade better. Which sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's, you missed 5 things on here. Can you fix 3 of them
Right.
in 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's tough.
It is tough. So then it's like, do I only meet the people who, some of them aren't able to do corrections because they have to have all their homework from the whole unit turned in if
Okay.
they want to do corrections. So for some of them, it's just like, here's your test. You got an A. You don't need to correct anything. Or for some of them, it's, here's your test. You got a D and you're not allowed to fix stuff. When are we going to retake this?
Mm-hmm. Huh.
Yep. Um, but I still want to have a couple minutes to do story time here at the beginning of it. So I'm gonna have to figure out my script for that and make it tight.
Yeah, in and out. Get it done.
Yeah. We leave Origin. We walk along the road to Veritopolis. It's not a very long road, and as we walk in, we see this whole like town square in the middle of the city. There was no one that we saw on the way into town,
Right.
and then we encountered them all in town square, and they were all saying this weird pledge, and they were saying this thing verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
And I quote, and then I say that, and as our 4 characters stand there, jaws drop, what the heck is going on here? This seems creepy.
Right.
Someone comes out of the crowd, recognizes us. He introduces himself as Myers and says, you have to help me fix what's going on here.
That's great. That's a good plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to do more talking in character.
Mm-hmm. Which is
Yeah.
definitely a challenge for your role because it's all one way, right? It's not like you have you don't have the back and forth that a normal table would have. I always find that stuff the hardest, right? To
Yeah.
shift between those.
Yeah, and my students don't really have much of an idea of the 4 player characters either.
Mm-hmm.
They still don't
Sure.
have much of a grasp on those.
Right.
Yeah. So I need to have like a cutscene.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a lot of it's all cutscenes almost.
It's all cutscenes with dialogue options.
Mm-hmm.
And then something here in Veritopolis is going to have to tie back to my wizard.
Right. Always.
I suppose if this whole city is clouded by we don't have to figure stuff out because our leader decides what's true,
Mm-hmm.
then this is a very foggy city.
Good call. Yeah. But there would probably be a logical statement to confirm that that's fine, right? Or maybe that, yeah. I mean,
Oh yeah, if
it could.
um the day is foggy, then the mayor is right.
Yeah, that's right. That works.
Yeah. If today it is foggy, then mayor pathology
Hmm.
is to be obeyed.
I like it.
This is dystopian.
It is, yeah.
Oh, this is so creepy and also really fun.
Yeah, why not?
And then once I finish up story time, it's gonna be like, okay, open up your Chromebooks, go to Google Classroom, watch this video, take some notes, and then do your homework. I cannot answer any questions.
That's right. Yeah. Miss T is busy.
Miss T is busy meeting with you.
Yep.
Not now, honey. Mommy's playing The Sims on her computer. Okay, that's my job done for the night. I gotta go get ready for bed.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'll come back tomorrow and let you know how it went.
I can't wait.
Actually, if I do come back tomorrow, it'll be later in the evening. I think I'm having a Knives Out watch party tomorrow.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. 'Cause it's autumnal.
Of course it is.
It's an autumnal movie. Everyone's wearing sweaters.
That's fair. I see what you mean there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an autumn movie.
That tracks.
So I will come back tomorrow and let you know how it went for the A-Day kiddos, and then I'm going to do the whole thing again with the B-Day kiddos.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
you think you're
good
playing Outer Wilds again this week before Friday?
That's my goal, but I don't know yet when.
Okay.
If I can swing it,
Is
I
your
will.
schedule, is it tied to any, I need to finish a specific thing by a specific time?
I mean, everything always needs to get done, so that's hard to say. Virtually.
Like your actual session prep, and then.
Yeah, that's true. Some of that's done, luckily, so I can probably squeeze by with that. But everything else, I mean, most of this stuff is all self-imposed.
Yeah.
Work and deadline. So it's like, oh, geez, I should. And there's nobody going to come down on me if I don't, except for me, which is sometimes worse.
What's nice is your job is one that you can leave at work, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
Mine
helps.
is not.
I get it, for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
That's something real nice, though you can create that separate space for this time is my time.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and especially for it's nice to have a creative outlet when other things are not creative. So
give it a few years, and I'll have this whole campaign so polished.
Heck yeah.
I'll have dialogue memorized. It'll be like performing a play every year.
There you go. It'll definitely become something new.
It'll become something so cool.
I think so.
They might not care for it this year, but I'm playtesting it.
It's all playtesting. Yep. It's all playtesting and revising.
It's all playtesting. It's all iteration.
We'll have fun playing tomorrow then. Forget teaching.
Thank you.
They're just your playtest subjects.
There's administrative stuff that needs to happen.
That too.
There are grades that have to happen. Okay. Well, good night for real.
Yep. See ya. 6. I think we go Fae first. I think Fae is number 4. Three goes 1, 2, 3, and then a monster, and a monster, and 4, which is it's actually, is it unknown? This is not an unknown subject. Hey, see you, Ren. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all of your ideas. It's awesome. I don't think this is not an unknown subject. It's their robot name. This is unknown location. Okay, so that's 4. And 5 is the C, which is also not. 4, and then we have concoctions for 3 spreads, and then here is quest 5, which is also an unknown location, or maybe like something different. That's 1, 2, 3, and then we have monster, monster, and then the last one, which is the Underdark, which is another unknown, except this is number 6. Which should take place in the last 3 spreads if I've done all my numbers right. 1, 2, 3. Not quite, there's some extra. Or did I? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm lost. That's okay. Okay, so untethered magic. How do I want to do this? How do I want it to appear? It's like a it's not the entry. It's like research maybe it's like monster findings. Or like it's like notes almost. It's like notes of a discovered monster. What would it be? It's like or creature research, like research notes. It's not really notes, it's like observations. Scrutiny's examination, survey, study. It's not really that much. It's a comment. Note. Feelings. It's a field report. It's a field report. I like that. Hey, what's up, Rush? How's it going? Thanks for checking out the stream. I'm just I am writing a Monster Hunter's diary. Got time to join after? Yeah, well, glad you made it. That's why I try to stream every day for a few hours so everybody has a chance to join at some point. I know they're kind of weird hours usually. Hope you and your game or games are going well. I don't remember how many you are in right now. Thank you, Kira, for the heads up. This is I've got my little printout, my little stitched printout up here. The Monster Trainer's Handbook is the sponsor of this stream and the inspiration for even making this Monster Hunter igneous route in the first place. And now a whole like monster journal with like so many fun quest lines. Jazzed about this thing. Okay, so try to decide how I want to format this. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do it. How about, rather than a slingshot bird, what about a hurler bird? A hurler bird. I like that better. Just because it's kind of weird to say. Hurler. Tumble Thieves. concoctions. Concoctions. And then quest 5. Quest 5. Quest 5. And then monster. And quest 6. 6. Okay. Did it right this time. Twilight Fae. Fae, and then a living magic being. Okay. I think quest 6 is the 1, 2, and a 3. And this is Unknown Psychic 7-6. Well, or would it be... Would he still label them that way? Okay, and that goes from that. And we come all the way back here. Big Oss. Hurler Herd. Yes, 7-2. And I think 9-7-3. 7-4. 7 skull. So I think initially I was leaning away from doing 7-4 and 7-5, but I think I should do those. I think it's best to keep it consistent. I can just add the extra color to the actual diary entries. So, okay, so after Siren Skull is number 4. And then subject solution. Okay, this goes 1, 2, 3. And then we have concoctions, concoctions, concoctions. And then it was quest 5, 7, 5. So 1, 2, 3. Unknown subject 7, 5. Okay. So the only thing that's not labeled then are the creature concoctions, if I want to call them that. I mean, that could always be taken up with other monster ideas, I guess. But I think the concoctions are a cool idea. Is it? I don't know if it's concoctions, I'd have to spend some more time thinking about those. So let's see, so untethered magic. Don't think I want to draw them in the center. I think I'll draw them here. And then just, or maybe in the middle. Maybe in the middle here, so it goes up and around. Maybe just in the bottom. Where do I want to put it? everything for a decent pen. No. Okay. Oh, it's fine. Smaller is not going to do it. Nope. Oh, wait. Am I crazy? It's like a dark. Yeah, that's definitely a brown. Another 8. I guess maybe I should switch to 8. Like the consistency. Literally not have one. Alright, well that'll decide that real quick. Alright. Well, getting one of the 6 unknown subjects detailed feels pretty good. Also, kind of outlining the whole thing feels good. I mean, like I said, I didn't really have any aspirations of certainly of finishing it, but I also figured out sort of how to like write like this person and how to you know, how to what should I say? How to structure it. That's the word. And now it's set up in a way that I can sort of bounce around based on what interests me the most and what I've got fleshed out the most, and sort of add that piece and fill that in. So that's probably what I'll keep doing. Really wearing out my my stitching here, but I can always retie it if I need it to be, if for some reason things fall loose. But so far everything seems to be holding together. Heck, even my prototype here seems to be holding together. I blame the Micron pen 05 size. Clearly I'm in need of replenishment so that I can keep everything consistent. It's kind of the perfect thickness for what I was writing, but also it's late, so it's a good start. I really like this tone, right? You know, unknown subject 7-1, right? This is the idea being this is like book 7 of this monster hunter's career, and the way this sort of lays it out with sort of an initial mystery, his own theory, and then some sort of evidence of what's going on, some stuff that seems almost like non sequitur, you know, not exactly a puzzle, but something that somebody could look at and make some conclusions about what's going on, and then sort of wrapped up with, you know, basically why this monster hunter abandoned the hunt, abandoned this particular investigation, with some bits about like, oh, if the players are interested, or if they stumble across it, you know, the 2 ways to use this, right? Or once the party has this, they could say, hey, we want to go investigate this thing in the forest. That sounds interesting. Another way is that they could pass through what the DM determines is the same forest, and they could start encountering these weird, odd, strange things, like they wake up after a long rest and a tree falls down next to them. And then a series of trees all fall down, in a pattern, and it's like, okay, why is that happening? So, untethered magic. I like all the monster ideas in here. They're all like fresh and interesting to me. Like, I'll end up using them, I know, in my games. Not that they have stat blocks or anything like that, but those could be written. And only a couple more days. I think 2 maybe days left in the Monster Trainer's Handbook Kickstarter. So if you haven't backed it, do check it out. Use my link. That helps support the channel and helps support everything. I know I'll definitely keep working on this. We'll see if there are any more streams dedicated to it. Time will tell. But I love this idea. I love this character, and I can definitely see wanting to finish it. Christian, welcome. Crazy, integrated, inspiring yourself. Hey, thanks. I'm super glad that ultimately, like, when I figure this kind of stuff out, my goal is to sort of slot it into my sort of product line and eventually be able to provide something that, whether it's exactly this or something different, can be, printed and assembled, or perhaps just sort of printed and folded or made digital or whatever. Writing it as a diary is genius. I mean, it's a vibe, right? Like, it fits as long as it fits, and so far I think it'll be cool. I'm sure by the time I get to the end, I'll say, oh, okay, now I have a better idea, and I'll probably want to revise it. But I think it works. Like, it's what I want in terms of like quest hooks and things like that. And honestly, for my first time working with leather, I think the stamp and stuff, it worked out. So I could see wanting to make a handful of these. So we'll see. Good thing it doesn't take ages to do, right? Good thing it's just it's easy to sit down and knock them out. But this project is tricky though, because it's sort of content writing and actual like making it at the same time. It's always easier to separate those things out. So trying to do those at the same time kind of slows everything down, but that's okay. Yep. Stream will pick up tomorrow. Not sure what we'll do, but I think it's going to be a change up and something different. And I will post everywhere when that happens, in the Discord and on the schedule. There's the Discord link. If anybody in the stream chat here wants to join, you're welcome to. And I think that will do it. Another good one. Got a lot of stuff completed. Once again, check out Dungeon in a Box's Kickstarter if you haven't yet. Super cool that they are supportive of this type of content and this site type of work. I love it. Hi Suki, bye Suki. Thanks for dropping in, Christian, saying kind words. If all this stuff inspires people, that makes me very happy. So, till next time, guys. Hope everybody has a great Monday. Catch you later.